Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we're going to pick up where we left off, the middle of page 2, segment 4, and we're looking at lymphatic function, but we're still doing this play of the play between the nervous system, the dystonia, which is the fight flight mechanism that we need to calm down, and then also vagal tone, which is the rest and repair mode part of the nervous system. And for us to heal any particular health issue, we have to have a certain kind of balance between the two. If we lose tone in the vagal tone, then our body doesn't go into rest and repair. If we lose tone in the other side of the nervous system, the action activity, which would also be what we call fight flight, um, the body can be chaotic and non-responsive to treatment. Like you'll have symptoms that no matter what you do, they don't go away, or they go away very slow, because the body is in a stress state, so it pushes back on anything that would involve the body healing and shifting into a better level of homeostasis. So, we've talked about lymphatic function before, but here we're actually going into lymphatic vagal tone. And the single oils do it somewhat. The bay laurel, black spruce, cypress, galbanum, helichrysum, sylvester pine, rosemary, poplar balsam. And then for the kit for purchase is a blend made specifically for this vagal tone aspect of lymphatic function. And for lymphatic function to happen, we do have to be in a certain level of rest and repair. So vagal tone is important. A lot of times the thing that keeps us out of that vagal tone is the hyper-vigilance or hyper-reactivity of the sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight-flight mechanisms. And again, it's not fight-flight because of things going on in your environment. It's your body is going into some weird fight-flight mode. It's a disturbance in part of the nervous system, as it's interacting with other systems in the body. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out whatever oil that you have from that list. The kit for purchase, you have the lymphatic vagal tone. And let's go ahead and start with your awareness on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your throat. Let's move our awareness to the throat minor, that little notch at the bottom of your throat, that notch between the two collarbones. And then do your jaw miters, the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. And then the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. And the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. The back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. The navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Mingmen, the backside of the navel. The area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. In your spleen, left hand side of your body, below the ribs. Left hand side of your body, below your ribs. Just pause and be still. Let it out. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Move your awareness to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between your two collarbones. Your jaws, where they hinge. The front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar plexus. Back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. And the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. And the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. The bottom of the tailbone. The Mingmen, the backside of the navel. Ajna, the area between the eyebrow. And then the spleen, left hand side of the body below your ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen. And then just be still. Notice how your body feels. How does your body feel? Yeah, you yawned a bunch in the beginning. Yeah. Right. So, again, the lymphatic system has to do with waste removal, immune function, it helps to carry hormones, some hormones to areas or sites. Has to do with fluid balance, you know. It returns like excess fluid back and deals with that. And then also fat absorption. Energetically, it also throws off lower vibrational energy. Like a lot of times when our body is achy, for example, it's a lymphatic issue. It could be caused by all different kinds of reasons, but the achiness is poor lymphatic movement. Let's go ahead and do shares and questions for anybody.
You can unmute yourself. You can type into the chat. And again, if you do type into the chat, how Zoom has it now is there's a little plus sign that says new chat. You pick either Apothecary Geek or Plant Prana Oils and send those shares over that way.
Good way to start a Sunday morning.
The first 5 minutes. Everyone that seems quiet.
Okay. So how about we're going to do fungal issues, but we're going to take a break. So we'll come back at 10 after the hour and we'll jump right into fungal issues. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're at the top of page 3, segment 5. We're addressing fungal issues. Now, there's different kinds of funguses. They affect different areas of our body. Sometimes we get them in the digestive tract. I mean, the most common places is like on the scalp and on the nails. But we can get them in the digestive tract. Boy, I'm drawing a blank. Respiratory tract, scalp, nails. And then there can be a systemic kind of fungal like overgrowth. And so, a lot of times we don't know it unless it kind of shows up and we can see it. But even like skin issues sometimes can actually be, can be an eczema, which, it's hard to tell what eczema is, but sometimes it's a byproduct of even a virus that's doing something in the body. But sometimes we'll get little rashes and things, and they're actually due to like funguses or a fungal infection of some sort. Fungal overgrowth is probably a better way to say it. And so even when we have respiratory issues, sometimes it is a byproduct of a fungal issue, not necessarily a bacteria or anything like that. So we're going to go through and we're going to treat the idea of fungal issues. When we have funguses, it does cause an inflammatory kind of storm, a cascading effect of inflammation throughout the body, or at least in particular areas. So it's good to just kind of check in with it from time to time. But you have the blend fungal support that came in the kit for purchase, but also benihee, black pepper, cinnamon, clary sage, clove, geranium, myrrh, neoli, oregano, pomarosa, ravensara, savory, Taiwanese cedar, uh, tea tree, thyme geranol, thyme linalool, and yarrow. So choose something out of that. Okay, and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area, below the shoulder blades. Below the shoulder blade. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the navel. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Let that fill you. Yeah, it feels like it's doing something else. Okay, we're going to cycle through it again. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. and back solar plexus. The mid back area below your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. In the bottom of the tailbone. And go ahead and pause. Just let it all go. Let's do another cycle. Your awareness is on the solar plexus, below your ribs on the upper abdomen. The back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your navel. The bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Just be still. And let's do it one more time. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar plexus. Back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blade. Navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Bottom of the tailbone. Bottom of the tailbone. Just pause and let go. Just let it go. Notice how you feel, your body, your thoughts. How do you feel? So we don't realize, like sometimes it's not just that we have like a fungal issue, but it causes inflammation and it can also cause issues with that balance between rest and repair and fight flight in the body. You know, you could think of a fungal infection as causing a kind of stress or fight flight in the body that you might not be aware of at all, but it's still there and it's still having its effect. And so, you know, we all have, you know, fungal issues in our body, and it's really more about overgrowths. You know, sometimes it is exposure to things in the air, or, you know, like there's that thing with the bat feces and like bird feces and things, exposure to that can cause fungal infections. Um, but usually it's a kind of a overgrowth like candida. And so it's not just that those things are happening, it's also what it does to the balance of the nervous system. And the balance of the nervous system that would also reflect in the immune response and how your body handles these things. So we're going to move over to the Astara Sunday Sacred Space. And if you have questions or want to share, when we come back from lunch, we'll do that, and then we're going to jump in and fortify the immune system as well. You know, we've kind of done some unwinding, and now we're going to fortify and strengthen the immune system. And then we're also going to look at the idea of viral loads and what they do to the body. So still have some things to cover. And we'll see you back at 1:30. We're posting the link if you want to join us for now. We're going to do a little meditation. So join us if you can, and if not, I'll see you at 1:30. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we did fungal issues.
You want to see if anyone had any?
Yeah, we'll see if anybody had shares or anything from that.
Just no, I think
Okay.
we're good.
So we are on the middle of page 3, and we're dealing with fortifying the immune system. So the very first thing that we did yesterday, segment 1, is we calmed down or began calming down a hyper-vigilant, hyper-reactive immune system. Then with the allergen inflammatory storm, we calmed down an exaggerated immune response, right? So, you know, the hyperreactive, hypervigilant uh, is one aspect, but the exaggerated response is just like an over-the-top response. That combination is very depleting to the immune system and makes you more prone to infections and poor health and excessive inflammatory responses, but also the body can start to turn on itself, right? So let's just say another way of saying that is there's a high level of stress in the body, and there's a high level of stress then with interacting with the environment, right? Then we did the lymph nodes, which is tied to the activation of the immune system, as well as like filtering and, doing all the things that it does. We worked the vagal aspect of the lymphatic system. So if you do have a lymphatic issue, one of the things that you can do is use the lymphatic vagal tone with the regular lymphatic blend, right? The regular lymphatic blend actually calms down the, the overexcited sympathetic nerve, where the vagal tone blend, you know, increases or improves vagal tone. So you're actually working both. When you want to produce a really deep result, you want to work both aspects of the nervous system. And then right before lunch, we did work for funguses. And I would say, people usually are aware of funguses when they have like candida or they find some black mold in their house, but we're impacted by fungi way more than we would think. It's just compared to viruses and bacteria, things like that, it's usually not high on the list of, I need to address this. But, somebody who might have like a chronic sinus issue or chronic digestive issue, some of it is could be fungi. The thing with like funguses, somewhat with parasites, and then also with viruses, is they'll manipulate the body to make it better for them to be able to thrive. And so part of what happens is they shut down fight or excuse me, rest and repair modes in certain areas, and they stimulate like a fight flight response in certain areas of the body to establish an environment for them to thrive, right? So when we're going through and we're treating these things, we're not just like, oh, I'm getting rid of this fungus. You're getting rid of this fungus or this virus or whatever it might be to bring a better balance to the nervous system. We think of stress as, oh, this situation, this person, this event. A majority of stress in our body is probably mostly viral. You know, Parasites and fungi can play a role, but there are the outer circumstances, but a lot of it is actually more internal, right? So now that we've gone through and we've kind of unwound the immune system, we're going to strengthen it and fortify it. This is basically to fortify or tonify a depleted immune response. Almost everybody has this issue. Like, this isn't like, oh, do I have it? Do I not? It's like, to what degree do I have this? We're never running on a full tank of gas as far as our immune system. Sometimes we're riding E, sometimes we're maybe half a tank, but we're usually not in a place where we could be. So this blend or these single oils can be helpful in fortifying the immune response. So the blend that came in the kit is tonify, which is a word that I just made up. And Angelica, Lycia cubeba, Melissa, Opopanax, Petitgrin, Ravensara, St. John's wort, valerian, and vetiver. You can see that most of these oils are also relaxing. They're not things that are super stimulating. They're still in that relaxing kind of genre. So hoping to support that rest and repair. So right off the bat, let's have you do body awareness. Now you could do body awareness one of two ways. And you can do it by first observing the body and then inhaling. But with stuff like this, I like to actually begin to inhale a little bit and then let it stir things up inside, and then where do I feel it? That makes it a little bit more specific to the oil or the blend that we're. So let's have you do that. Just start inhaling at first. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you can just let that go for a moment and check in with your body. With that inhalation, where do you feel something in your body? Wherever you feel something in your body, concentrate on that area. And as you concentrate on that area, start bringing in long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just pause and be still. How does that build? Okay, back heart. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades. The front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blade. Mid back area below the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the navel. The bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. The spleen, left hand side of the body below the ribs. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. And that area between your eyebrows, the ajna. And then pause and be still. You're just being still for a moment. Let it incubate. How's that feeling to you? It's like relaxing but strong. Yeah. Like so again, body awareness. So check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Concentrate on that area while you inhale the oil. You're still practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let it go. Again, inhaling again, your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. And the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. The back solar plexus. Awareness is on the navel. Bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of the tailbone. The spleen on the left hand side of the body below the ribs. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then the area between your eyebrows. And then just pause and be still. Okay, we're doing good on time. How about we do another round? So again, body awareness. Body awareness. Where do you feel it in your body? Concentrate on that area. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're practicing body awareness. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, on your upper abdomen, below your ribs. Your awareness is on the back solar, your back solar plexus. Your awareness is on your navel. The bottom of the tailbone. The spleen, left hand side of the body, below the ribs. Crown, the top of your head. The forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. The area between the eyebrows. Just pause and let go. Just let it all go. Mm. Oh, very fortifying, very toning. Like think of it as like building the immune system, not stimulating, like fortifying and building. And again, immune function works better when repair mode. And like you were just plugging along, and then you kind of fell asleep for a little bit, and yeah, yeah, but you feel strong, right? Like you feel fortified, like. And so let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions if you'd like. If not, you just want to chill, I get that as well. So, but let's go ahead and just talk this out if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi. That was interesting. Ever since last night, like my throat chakra
Mhm.
really was activated, throat and solar plexus.
Mhm.
And the repeat of the toning shifted something.
Yeah, like the
Or tonifying, sorry.
tone of, I know it's a word I made up. Like
Uh,
I start running out of ideas of like what to name things, and so
Still waiting for navigator.
yeah, I know.
Anyway, yeah.
um yeah, especially with like what we did yesterday, where we worked the hypervigilance and hyperreactivity, and then in the second segment, the exaggerated response with the allergen inflammatory storm. The the body starts shifting, because like when we look at like homeostasis, it's the same thing for the mind. When we look at homeostasis and then healing in the body, the idea of intellect or home is stability through repetition. And then if you look at the idea of healing or the intuitive mind, it's stability through change, changing, adapting. Um, and so really we're better when we're able to do both. There are times where we do need to have that stability of repetition and to like integrate and we also need to be able to shift and change and break out of patterns. And we kind of spent the day yesterday kind of breaking out of something, stepping away and shifting and changing. And then like you come back to the tonify, and it is about fortifying something. And it is that stability that comes through like the repetition of like, okay, we've shifted, we've changed now. Let's do what we do, but we'll do it better. We'll do it stronger. We'll do it in a more relaxed state. And it's a little bit more integrative than some of the other things we did yesterday. Yesterday was a little bit like sticking a firecracker in something or a stick of dynamite going clear.
Yeah, I felt that.
Yeah,
The Roman chamomile did not calm me down, and it
yeah,
was a pretty intense night. Uh, this when you kept doing it again, I'm like, is he gonna really do another round? And then I'm like,
right.
just go with it. Um, Something has landed, so something is shifting
Yeah,
because it was really
yeah,
uncomfortable.
yeah. And like that integration, like that repetition, it is, I always kind of liken it to like comfort food. you know, or your comfy blanket, or that series that you binge watch on Sundays when it's a rainy day or something, you know what I mean? Like just
Yeah.
something where you're just like, uh,
Yeah.
it's a lot like that. And you know, as much as we talk about intuition and stepping away from intellect and shifting in the body, that repetition also plays a role in our stability and our overall well-being. It's just we get too stuck in it sometimes.
Yep.
And so, you know, this idea of the tonify is to fortify it, but not make it rigid, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. By the
Yeah.
way, I like the visual of okay, clear, because that really did
Yeah.
feel like that
Yeah.
yesterday.
I mean, the brutal one for me is the allergen one. Oh God, like every time I do it, like I'm like, okay, I can't just do this willy-nilly. I have to prepare. I have to have some time because I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I missed that one yesterday. That was the
Yeah.
second one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And the third one was the one that impacted me
The
the most.
lymph nodes. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then
That one's
funny,
not so much. The first two are the more intense ones.
yeah,
After that, kind of calms down. Yeah.
oh well, the lymph nodes really impacted me. I don't know if it was just that was the and then this morning the lymphatic, it was like smooth sailing, like
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, that one's usually pretty soothing.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so very
You're
much.
so welcome.
Next time you can call it firecracker.
Yeah. That's another good blend name. Navigator and Firecracker. I'm gonna put them on my list.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Yeah, I think between yesterday and today, I was up to like, I'm not kidding, and moving and getting things done till like 1:30 this
Oh
morning.
wow.
I don't know. And then I think of somewhere around 1, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to do the health raise. And I got the oil out, but I couldn't quite remember how to do it. And
Mhm.
because at this point, my brain's starting to really get tired. The day before, I'd had surgery on my leg, and that could have affected maybe my spleen. You know, I mean, they used a lot of the
Oh yeah,
collagen,
that could have. Sure.
you
Yeah.
know, and because between what we did and that surgery, I was just wired. I mowed the lawn, watered everything on the property. I mean, I was like really, really active till 1:30 or so. And then I did go
Did
at
they
my
put you
desk.
on a steroid at all?
No,
Okay.
no,
So
no.
sometimes like if there's anti-inflammatories where they use a steroid, that sounds very steroid like, like, you know.
Well, I'm allergic to lidocaine now because of the
Uh,
Mohs. So they
right.
use one, they call it Polocaine. I don't know it.
Oh,
I
yeah, it
do
could
get
be that.
itchy every few hours anyway.
Yeah.
But with the lidocaine, everything would just get really blown up, and the wound would take a lot longer and look
Oh,
terrible
wow.
for a while. Yeah, and that came, I think, because they hit me so many times with that Mohs surgery.
Yeah,
You know,
sure,
I
sure,
I
sure.
had to have two
Yeah,
surgeons that day.
yeah.
So but anyways, this one went better, but that could have affected, I think, and even today, this one we just did really just calmed everything so down. And this time I let
Good.
the oils pick which, or I pulled the oils and
Mhm.
asked which one wants to go next.
Which one did you do?
The first one I did was Petitgrin, which I'm
Okay.
not familiar with, and then the
Mhm.
second was Melissa. Then let's
Oh, yeah.
see, Cubeba. Is that
Oh,
right?
nice.
Correct.
Yeah, let's say a Cubeba. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. What'd
and
you think of the Pettigrew? Did you like the Pettigrew?
it was very new to me. I really liked all of them. In
Yeah.
fact, I just felt like they set me up really well between,
Mm.
with what you were doing. I was really touched because um, I just got better and better each round.
Good. Good.
So
Good.
thank you very much,
Yeah.
Greg. Thank
Yeah.
you.
There's something about the fortifying that's just nice. You know what I mean?
Oh, there's a solidness in a
Hmm.
way, but
Yeah.
a solidness with a bit of flexibility, if that makes any
Yeah.
sense. But
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it totally does. Yeah. Yeah. Pettigrew is the leaves of a citrus, and just regular petitgrain is the leaves of an orange tree. You
Well,
know, the
somewhere,
oranges produce so many different oils, you know, from the skin, from the leaves, and from the flowers. And so,
somewhere in there, I use St. John's wort too.
yeah,
And
nice.
that I think, and since I got some on my hands, I made sure I just licked that off. So,
Yeah.
anyways, I really loved it. Thank you very much.
You know, it reminds me, like, this is super off topic, but like talking about oranges, like, so the orange tree, you know, from the leaves, from the rind, and from the flowers. And I used to get, um, I don't know that I can find it anymore, but there was a guy that was distilling the fruit, like he would make it into a juice, and then he would distill the juice, like steam distill the juice, and he would make an essential oil out of orange juice, basically. Yeah, I did with lemon too. He did with lemon and he did with lime. Yeah. It was really kind of odd. It would be like super concentrated, like orange juice.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
what I'd
really
imagine.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Kat.
Hey,
Hi, that sounds delicious to me.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Um, what was it, Denise? I'm already forgetting who was just talking.
Denise, yeah.
Denise, yeah, Denise, what she said about being super active. I had something similar, so I wonder if it was just coincidence
It
or
could be like, you know, you take your body out of those stress states. And, you know, if you think about, again, what stress is it either exaggerates a problem or it makes things shut down. You know, like procrastination is really just a state of stress. And so that can happen within the body or within a system within the body. And so when you kind of unwind it, all of a sudden you're like, okay, let's get some stuff done. Like, you know, it's always those drives to do that were always there. But if stress in the body gets too much, it just kind of shuts those things down. And you're like, I should do that, but maybe later. Or you just don't even go there to even say maybe later. You just and you take that stress out, and you know, you start doing things without even really like thinking it out. You know, you just go, okay, got my list, gotta start knocking it out, gotta take care of business. And you know, that taking care of business thing is really just a really super reduced stress state, you know.
it's interesting.
Mhm.
I actually meant to mention yesterday exact thing that you just described happened. I after our first round in the morning yesterday, like I had my kitchen had, gotten completely covered in dishes, like to a point that was comical, like just
Mhm.
so ridiculous. And I had seen it was like that for a couple days, and I was like, my eyes would just like gloss over when I would look over at it.
Sure.
I couldn't
Yeah.
I couldn't even think about it. And then, but it was, of course, adding stress to my kind of mental state. And then we took our first break yesterday, and I literally did not think about it at all. There was no like, oh, I better get something done. I just walked into the kitchen, and without any kind of
Sorry.
concern or like, yeah,
Right.
there was nothing. I just like loaded up the dishwasher and,
Start taking care of business.
yeah, exactly
Yeah.
like you just
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I've had that happen a number of times with
Yeah.
during break time in class, like, oh,
Right.
time to get stuff done. But that was, I think, especially direct, like not even a thought, just do
Right.
it. Um, and then what you mentioned about, you know, viruses, bacteria, and parasites, how they can kind of commandeer our behavior, or maybe that's not how you said it, but
Mhm.
it's funny. I was thinking that yesterday, and I also meant to mention that when I uh, spoke up yesterday. That, but it came up today again. Where like, we start doing the fungal. I forget what we called it, what you called it, but the fungal one today, and every single step of that was like, there was just this mild, just like low level resistance in my body. Like I kept like we'd be on a whatever, the throat or whatever, and I would just kind of put the bottle down and like not even realize I was doing it, and then be like, oh no, 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 we have to keep doing this. And it was exactly what I was thinking, that like when there's resistance, especially maybe certain kinds of resistance, I don't know, but
Yeah, especially with something like that, like a bacteria, not so much a bacteria, but like fungus, parasites or viruses. Like, my favorite story is, it's not about a human parasite, but like, this just illustrates the effect. And but there's a particular parasite that will infect mice. And the parasite kind of takes over and starts making adjustments in the physiology of the host so that it can thrive. And one of the things that this parasite does is it takes away the fear in the mice of cats. So the mice don't fear cats anymore, and so they just are openly walking around in front of cats, and then the cat eats it, and the parasite moves to a better host that lasts longer. And I mean, that's how diabolical some of this stuff is. We think about it, it's like, oh, in my body, and I got to get it out. Like, it's thinking survival, like long range survival. It's not even thinking about the individual life of each parasite. It's the life of that line of parasites. It's trying to make it so that all those parasites can live. And viruses do stuff like that to us as well. We just don't know it. Viruses are way more efficient at manipulating the physiology of a person. Way more efficient.
Huh. Fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, it's to the point where there was a guy, it was probably 15 or 20 years ago, and looking at the nature of viruses, here we're looking at it as the negative things that he does in the body, but he took it and he was like, well, if we know that it goes around and flips switches on and off and manipulates the physiology, what if we used viruses to treat really chronic health issues? And he was healing HIV and certain kinds of cancer by infecting the person with a virus.
Wow.
And it wasn't FDA approved, and he run out of funding.
Surprise.
He landed down in Mexico. He kept doing it, but he had this like insight, and I was like, boy, that was insightful. I mean, it's a little risky and it's probably a bit ahead of its time, but that idea of using a virus for like a positive thing because of what it does. I mean, you still have the viral infection. It's not that becomes positive. It doesn't. But still, if it's flipping the switches, I mean, he could eradicate these certain health issues. And I don't know. I found it interesting.
I bet the people who canceled it, or sort of got rid of him, also found it interesting and used it for purposes that they felt were
Yeah, it was
better
the
for them.
AMA, like it
Yeah.
was the American Medical Association. Yeah.
Well, because isn't it? I think it's the CRISPR technology or something pretty modern, very current, that is actively being heavily pursued. Uses viruses to to activate or deactivate certain parts of DNA.
Oh, I don't know, but I
Something
wouldn't be
like that. Yeah.
surprised. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised.
That's really interesting. There's
Yeah.
also I think it's cat scratch fever, whatever that bacteria
Mhm.
is that pregnant women have to avoid,
Mhm.
that also makes, there's something about, I think specifically men, like humans, but men especially, who have that bacteria load in their body, also do crazy things. Like they're more likely to do really reckless things, which
Yeah,
sounds just in
it-
line with what you
yeah,
described.
it affects behavior. Like it really does.
Wow.
You know, I was running that theory back, you know, 20 years, 25, 30, God, 30 years ago. With psychologists, that like some of these mental illnesses might actually be like an infection of some sort. And you know, they thought it was ridiculous. And that's the whole thing with the mice and the cats. I was like, if a parasite can do this, what can a virus do? You know, we think sometimes that somebody is just comes in broken. What if it's just a viral infection? Like, what if it's just, you know, some sort of infection that we just don't know how to evaluate or how to test for, or maybe even how to treat it. Like maybe we go down the road of, you know, treating these things. And so I was suggesting doing, you know, interfacing with some physicians and doing like a broad spectrum of like, let's have them be analyzed for bacterial infections, viral infections, you know, parasites and things like that. And then we have this foundation of where to treat them. And, you know, maybe over the years, we start to see patterns of things. But
Great idea. It's a
great
great idea.
idea. Nobody liked it. And, you know, funding was an issue. And, you know, me not being a doctor didn't help, you know,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, another
But
great class.
I thought it was a good idea.
A great idea. You kidding?
Yeah.
Somebody will do it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It was
Yourself.
wonderful.
And then we have some questions and shares as well. The Tonify makes me nauseous, so I used Melissa and Petitgrin. Then I spilled the Petitgrin. I can't escape the smell, and I'm falling asleep. And then they're asking, what is in the Tonify?
It's all the oils that are up there on the single oils. It's that blend. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't always work like that, but for this one it does. And I think the Petitgrin, I just use standard Petitgrin. Like it's
Not one of your super fancy.
yeah.
Is there an intent for the giant bottle of eucalyptus radiata?
Oh, for the kit for purchase, the giant bottle of eucalyptus radiata is a very good antiviral. And going into cold and flu season, it's also good for the respiratory system. I thought between salt baths and diffusers, it's a good way to get through the winter. And so we're doing the immune system. Colds and flus are already starting to go around. It's a way to diffuse things. Now, if you don't have a diffuser, you know, you can get like one of the electric diffusers or the diffusers that have water. Like sometimes at the dollar store, they'll have little soapstone diffusers that you put a tea light in, and you can do that. But one of the other things you can do is just take like a paper towel or a tissue and like kind of crumple it up and put a bunch of oil on it and then unfold it a little bit, and it will diffuse into the room, and then just freshen it up from time to time. Like that's the old school French way of doing it, is you would just crumple up something, put oil, you know, the oil on it, and then they would put like a jar over the top for about 10 minutes and then open it up. I never do that. I just put a bunch on a paper towel and then open up the paper towel. But if you do that on a regular basis, it will cut down the potential for you getting sick and keep the respiratory system healthy, and you know, you have something that's antiviral in the air, so it reduces the chance of, you know, you catching a virus and getting sick. So I just thought, you know, it would be a good thing to use during the winter months. You could do it with other things too, but I just thought that eucalyptus radiata seemed like a solid choice.
Really quick, we'll get to you again, Teresa, give me just 1 second. The person who was feeling nauseous, they go, I'm wondering which oil is so bad. Could be that next week I'll have a different reaction. Thank you.
So bad. The nausea could just be you expelling a little bit. Like, I don't know that any of the oils are bad, but sometimes if it's displacing a lot of energy or stress, it sometimes will make you feel a little nauseous or something. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Yeah, I forgot to ask. I think we talked about viral meningitis before. Out of any of these protocols that we did today with the oils, would that clear any cellular memory?
I mean, I do the first 2 segments. I do the lymph.
Okay.
I do the first 3 segments, and I do like the one that we just did. I do have. I have a whole list of different blends for different viruses, different
Okay.
viruses, and I just would line up the right viral load. I thought it was a little too soon in this class, but we'll probably do a class, like a little free class like this, or I'll at least put that information on the site. I've been treating people for a while, like reducing viral loads like that. And it
Okay.
still draws upon some of the vagal tone stuff. Like, it's, 3 or 4 different things that you use.
Okay.
You know, yeah, because the thing is if the virus was there still can be viral activity, even though it's not causing a health issue, it's still causing stresses in the body and still tweaking the virus. So the idea is to lower the viral load quite
Sure.
substantially. Yeah.
Okay.
I went through and evaluated myself, and I think
Mm-hmm.
I came up with like 5 or 6 different viruses that are running a behind the scenes program. And I was like, ugh. Like here at the end of the day, we're going to do the one for shingles, like shingles and chicken pox, which almost everybody has that one. And so, it's that same idea, Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone's wondering, can we do this segment as a standalone?
Yeah,
or
sure.
do we need to do the first 2?
Nope, you can do them all by themselves. Yeah.
Can eucalyptus radiata be taken internally?
You could probably take a couple drops. I don't think it's beneficial. I would just diffuse it, wear it on the skin, inhale it. It's more about that. Yeah.
Someone's asking, can I order classes that have already happened and also get the oils for that class if
Sure.
available? Yeah, and I can show you guys that before we get to the next break. So after this break, before we
Okay.
get done, I'll show them.
Yeah.
Just checking. Make sure. No, I think that's our shares and questions for that segment.
Okay. So we did this. So the next one's a little bit of a long one, and this one's actually stimulating the immune response. So we will take a break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to jump in and do a little bit of a longer process. We probably won't do as many cycles, but so we'll come back at 35 after the hour, and we'll go from there. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining. We're going to do segment 7, which is page 4. And your kit for purchase is immune support. Otherwise, eucalyptus globulus, polybroct, lemongrass, monarda, Moroccan thyme, mugwort, opopanax, or sage. Cinnamon actually would work. I don't know why I didn't put cinnamon there. You can add cinnamon.
Okay.
Okay, so choose your oil. Okay, so we're going to start off by doing the 4 quadrants of the aura. So you're going to start with the left side. Your awareness is on the left side of the face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the left side of your body, head to ankle. Move your awareness to the face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. In fact, I would say the first couple would be the thing to be doing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially the first 3. Well, that was all day yesterday. So. Right side of the body, the whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, hip, down
the outer leg to the right outer ankle. The backside of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. And then just pause. It always feels good. Yeah, always feels good. Okay, so we're going to do application B. And then we'll come back around and do A again. Right? So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your feet. And the lower legs. From the ankles to the knees, your lower legs. The knees and the thighs. Pelvis, the front, the sides, the back. the low back and the low abdomen. So basically from your navel down to the tops of your hips. The whole abdominal cavity. Mid back, your whole mid back. The chest and upper back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The tops of the shoulders. The arms, the forearms, and the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. Neck, your awareness is on the neck. And then the jaws and your whole head. Just pause and be still. On that. Let that just soak in for a moment. All right. Let's do a deja vu. So left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, your left shoulders and ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Front side of the body, the whole front side. The face and throat, the chest, abdomen. down the front of the legs to the tops of your feet. For devotional practice. It allows it in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And have I already made one for Joel Cole or no? If not, I'll do both. The right side of the body. Right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder and hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And then the back side of the body. The whole back side. Back of the head and neck, the whole back of the hips, down the backs of the legs to the heels. And then just pause and let go. Just being still. Let's start with application B. Awareness is on the feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your lower legs. Your awareness is on your lower legs. Your awareness is on your knees and thighs, your upper legs. Your pelvis, the front of your pelvis, the sides of your hips, the back of your hips, your whole pelvic area, front, sides, and back. And then the low back and lower abdomen. The whole abdominal cavity. Move your awareness to the mid back, the whole mid back area. Your chest and upper back. tops of your shoulders. Your arms, forearms, hands, fingertips. The neck. Your awareness is on the neck. And then the jaws and the head. The whole head. Just pause and be still. Just being still. So with stimulating the immune system, this is what you want to do like when you feel that you're getting sick or to prevent illness. Like we're going into cold and flu times. It's what you would do to try to prevent getting sick. You know, all the other things that we've been doing have been more about making the immune system strong and making it regulated and not hyperactive or exaggerated in its responses. But here, this is a time where going into cold and flu season, you're going through maybe travel or being in a group, or you're just somewhere where potentially getting sick with something infectious is an issue. So you would stimulate the immune system. Stimulating the immune system doesn't necessarily strengthen it long term. It's more of a short term. Think of it like this. If you're really super tired and you've been tired for weeks and you drink a bunch of coffee and espresso, you have a lot of energy for a day. You didn't resolve the fatigue over the last several weeks. You just had energy for a day. And so stimulating the immune system is a lot like that. You're getting some things done, but overall, if the system is depleted, if the system is hyper-reactive, hyper-vigilant, or exaggerated in its response, and the lymph nodes are even tied to even just the activation of the immune system, if you have issues in those areas, as much as you stimulate everything, excuse me, it's not going to resolve those issues. So this is trying to be a little bit more of a broader, full spectrum idea of like how to address certain issues. And this isn't everything in the immune system, but going into cold and flu season and trying to problem solve certain kinds of immune related issues. This is a very good place to be, right? And, when we do like the healing the respiratory system, healing the digestive system, a lot of times I do a lot of writing about the system itself and the potential issues, and then a whole bunch of conditions that you can treat. We're going to do that at some point, but I just felt that the things that we're talking about both yesterday and today are so important that I didn't want there to be distractions about conditions or a bunch of reading that what we're talking about here gets lost. Like if you get this down, whatever you read, it'll be nice, but this is really the heart of the matter. And so anyway, if there's questions or shares, you can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
I really appreciate all the knowledge you share with us.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Truly. And
Yeah.
I wanted to say, can I take Monarda internally?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It's probably the best taken internal. Like you can inhale it and everything, and it still works good. But like going into cold and flu seasons, especially with like COVID, back when
Yes.
we were really super concerned about COVID, Melissa and Monarda were your two best choices for that. Different viruses, it might be something different, but for COVID, those two were our best choices. Because even things like cinnamon and lemongrass, they can work. There's all kinds of things that can work, but those two were really good for the variations of COVID. Because even we just say COVID, but even within those few years, there was definitely mutations of COVID. I mean, I had notes on COVID back in 2000, I think 4.
Oh, wow.
And, it was a different variation than what happened, here, but like it was still, COVID's been around for a while. The COVID-19, that mutation was different, but still it's related in a way. And so even though we won't have that same kind of COVID, that we did, everybody's immune system got kind of built up and used to it. COVID didn't go away. It's just, now as it mutates, it usually gets weaker. And so for whatever reason, that was as strong as it was. And now the mutations are still around. They're just nowhere near the potency that they used to be.
Thank goodness.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
goodness.
no joke.
I wanted to say I was sorry. You were right. Actually, he did give me a cortisone shot on my one
Yeah.
side. You
Yeah,
picked it up. You
That's
did pick it up.
that's part of probably why you felt
So wired.
yeah.
I
I remember like yesterday I was talking about how I got poison oak or ivy really bad. Like I was digging in the dirt with my hands, and it was winter time, and so
the leaves weren't on it.
leaves weren't on, and it goes down into the roots, and I was just messing with a bunch of roots, and I got it all over one of my arms, and I got like blood poisoning, and my arm got huge, and so he treated antibiotics and everything, and they gave me some steroids because it was so big.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
And I was I was saying to the doctor, I go, I must have had some sort of infection in my body because taking these antibiotics, all of a sudden I feel better, I have more energy, I'm more alert, I'm getting stuff done. And he just looked at me and goes, it's the steroids. It's just so when you were describing that, I was like, yeah, it sounds kind of like steroids a little.
You were right.
Yeah.
He did. There was a scar that something was forming, kind of fighting that, and he hit it with a cord. But it didn't dawn on me till just a little bit ago. I think I'm still catching up from all that medication.
Yeah.
We had some neighbors that they accidentally, not knowing, all right, they burned poison oak, and so they took it into their lungs. Yeah. So as we're going into this cold season, I guess it's a good thing we're having this conversation. It's something you really want to be mindful of,
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Thank you so much for everything. I love it. I'm looking forward to the viral part as well. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
What was in the fungal support?
It's tea tree, palmarosa, savory, and geranium.
Savory.
And it was actually that formula, that blend, was one of the very first medical aromatherapy things that got studied. I think it was back in the 50s. And they did both like diffusing it in the air, like when there's poor air quality, or like the vents, in the house were exposed to like molds and things, or sometimes like some places like they have a lot of trees and a lot of moisture, so there can be a lot of molds in the air. Or it was also taken internally for things like candida, and they looked at a bunch of different formulations, but that formulation right there actually produced the best result.
Okay, thanks.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey.
Hi. Boy, did I come along at just the right time. I am feeling incredibly wonderful. But I have a friend who's in the wellness industry, and she caught whatever it was going around right now, and she said it's the sickest she's ever been in her life. And she had to use every tool in her toolbox to come anywhere close to starting to feel better. So I really thank you for this class, because and she's in California, so just for your information. So my question is, is it better to take a couple of drops of immune support in water, or just to?
No, better to inhale, or if you have a roller ball or a spray, like on the chest.
I'll just glop it on my chest, no problem.
Yeah.
So immune support, okay, better
Mhm.
inhaled.
Mhm.
All right, I can do that, and thank you for your timely doing this class. I
Oh,
appreciate.
thank you.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hello. Was immune support in the org programs?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a 5 ml bottle. Is it okay to take salt baths in it?
Yeah. Moroccan thyme would be the only thing that, well, Monarda might be a little sensitizing too. And so Moroccan thyme is pretty soft. So, I mean, I would just say because of the Monarda, just, if your skin starts feeling weird, get out or put colder water in. Sometimes with some of these things, they might not irritate your skin, but with hot water, the pores open up more and you potentially can become more sensitive to things. And so I would say, yeah, like my thing for many years was with immune support was I would have a little spray bottle and I'd just spray it down my face and on my chest. And I'd call that good. Like that's all I'd do. And so that idea of like bathing in it or spraying it on, anything like that, pretty solid choice.
Very cool. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for this.
Should be okay, but just the Monarda, you just need to be a little bit careful of.
Yeah.
It would just be a little bit irritating. You know how like when you get in a hot bath and the
Yep.
oil is
I had
just,
that with Rue once.
yeah, brew or tea tree. Sometimes even citruses will do it. Yeah.
Very
So,
cool. Well, thank you for today.
you're so welcome.
Someone's asking on the website, you have immune support spray and 10 ml rollerball. Do we spray our skin, our aura, our clothes, question mark?
I would spray and get it on the skin. Like usually when I do it, I spray it on the face, the throat, and the chest, and I call it pretty good.
Do we use the rollerball on the body somewhere?
You can inhale it, but again, I take the roller ball and rub it probably on the chest or at least on the wrists, but I would probably do the chest. That way you're constantly kind of smelling it. And, on the chest, you're also impacting the thymus, which is tied to your immune system. And yeah.
Can't stop yawning all of a sudden. Would you take fungal support internally?
You could, especially if there is like candida, like sometimes Samantha she'll be fine for a while and then she'll start to have like a little bit of a sinus issue, like mucus. And we found that fungal support actually reduced it more than anything else. And so, anything kind of respiratory that you might suspect could be fungal. And one of the ways of suspecting it is that it's not really responding to other forms of treatment, so that if there's any sort of like yeast issues, like a yeast infection, even like the scalp or fingernails, it's not going to be enough for the fingernails by itself, but it could be supportive along with the oil for the fingernails. Yeah, so any version of that, if you think it's air quality because of molds and things in the house, you could diffuse it in the house as well. Okay. All right, so we're going to take a little break and we're going to come back and talk about this. This is like kind of a beginning of conversation about viral loads. We're just going to do one, but we could have spent the whole weekend just talking about viral loads. And so we probably will do a virus class at some point. I think that might be part 2 of this class. But let's come back. We gave them single oils, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we did. Okay. All right. So we will come back at 5.
15.
Yeah, about About 10 after,
10
maybe.
after.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. So we're at the top of page 5, and we're going to start working with viral loads. And, you know, there's some things like a cold or a flu where we get the virus and then it goes away. But there's a lot of things where we get the virus doesn't really go away, just has times where it's dormant and then it becomes active again. Now, the difficulty with this is that the virus manipulates our physiology to allow itself to thrive, and it causes issues within us that we think, you know, might just be because, you know, I have bad digestion, or I have a weird thing with my skin, or, you know, it could even be the way we think or behaviors. And so we're going to work with the chickenpox virus, which is also associated with shingles. And we want to reduce the load, which another way of saying reducing the load is it's a kind of stress. Like, think of the viruses as different ways that your body gets triggered into a fight flight mode. And it's not just in the immune system, it could be in different areas of the body. Like, I'll give you an example with chickenpox and shingles virus is there's been times where I've been treating like a chronic pain issue in a person. And usually, I mean, in our circles, people might like do oils or whatever, but you know, this was outside of the circle. So it's usually when people would come to me as a last resort. And a couple of them were people who were very professional and kind of well known. And so they had access to like not just like the best, but they had the best and people who are famous at being the best within the industry. And nobody could get rid of the pain. And so they came to me and they were like, "Oh, can you help me get rid of this pain?" I was like, "Well, you know, you've already done all the things that you would think of to reduce it. And, you know, granted, I could do some different versions of it, but let's step out of the box and just treat it in a different way." And we treated it as a virus, specifically as shingles. And they didn't have any outbreak, they didn't have anything. And treating it as a virus made the pain go away. I mean, they'd been to doctors, physical therapists, pain management specialists, acupuncturists. Nothing was working. So at some point, we're going to do an exploration of about 15 different viruses that can linger in the body. Doesn't mean we have them all, but I think any given person has probably at least 4 or 5. Sometimes they'll have 7 or 8 even. So we're going to go through and we're going to do a little experiment here. Now, there's single oils here that will help, but really when you're trying to reduce the viral load, it might be best to actually do the blend. But here, at least if you don't have the kit for purchase, you can do some of the single oils that will help. And again, just a single practice isn't going to knock it completely out, but it will start lessening the stress on the body. And think of it like this, is if you can lessen the stress in the body goes out of that fight flight mode. And remember, stress makes an area shut down and function. So if you can improve the function, a lot of times the body will get rid of the virus or eradicate the virus. But you have to reduce the stress loads substantially. So here we're doing things to reduce the stress loads, but we're also using things that have antiviral potentials to do it as well. So we're going at it a couple of different ways. But let's just say, let's notice how you feel. Okay, so we've got whatever oil you're going to use. Let's begin with body awareness, but let's do that version where you inhale it and then feel it in the body. So go ahead and just inhale it and feel what you feel in the body. Okay, so somebody was asking, they don't have Douglas fir, but they have fir supreme. The single oils will have an impact, but if you're really going after the viral load, you should probably use the blend. It will get the ball rolling, but it won't necessarily eradicate it. So it's a good place to start. So if you have fir supreme, that can be okay. Yeah, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay, so you're inhaling, your awareness is on your body. Okay, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the body. Mhm. Okay, and let that go. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. And then the brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and the soles of your feet. Soles of the feet. Just pause and let go. And that- Mm. You're just being still. In body awareness. And just let it go. Okay. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. The spine, your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The brain and spine both at the same time. brain and soles of your feet. The brain and the soles of your feet. Just pause and let go. Let's do one more cycle. Body awareness. You're concentrating on your body, wherever it jumps out at you. Your brain, your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Move your awareness to the spine. The brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and soles of your feet. You're just letting go. Notice how you feel. This cuts down the fight flight response that the virus generates. It diminishes the manipulation that the virus does to the physiology. And it also diminishes the virus itself. So let's go ahead and do shares or questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
I don't know if you know this, but if somebody's having something like a shingles outbreak, do we know how fast this could work? Like they do this.
I would still treat it with like the standard things that we do for shingles. But this could probably speed it up. I mean, that's the thing. It's going to be different from person to person depending on their immunity and, you know, what state their body's in and how bad the viral load is, how much manipulation the virus has done in the body. You know, it's not like it's a straightforward, but it would make it easier to treat, make it quicker to respond. And in theory, it should even reduce the potential for a shingles outbreak.
Being at all,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
if they don't have it,
Right.
then like this is like, you know, how people are doing.
The vaccines. and
Yes,
things.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's kind of like,
Kind of a version of that in a way.
yeah, but it's looking, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Give me 1 second, Sonia. I'll make it so you can unmute yourself. Yeah, go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Did you ever find the combination of oils for the meningitis?
Or the virus that's associated with that. I have a big list of things. Yeah, you know, some of it is you do a combination of immune vagal tone and I have a protocol. I have to look it up. I kind of don't remember exactly what it is. I mean, usually I look it up and I have to go through and evaluate people. Sometimes some people need a little bit more, a little bit less. Yeah. Yeah. But I have about 15 or 16 that are for viruses that remain in the body. And then I have some for viruses that come and go. Yeah.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Greg.
Hey,
I noticed in the system, there's one of the other viral load oils for Epstein-Barr virus.
mhm.
And as we were going through this class, I realized that my body shifted greatly. I was somewhere between 16 and 19, and I caught mononucleosis, which
Right.
is basically the Epstein-Barr virus.
Right.
And my body since then has been completely different than it was before then.
Right. Right.
And so part of me says maybe there's a viral load to diminish.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Do the protocols for each of these viral load oils remain the same, or are they different for each oil?
Well, so here we're just doing it individually, but there's usually four or five steps, and it depends from individual to individual. There are some things that will remain the same from virus to virus, and a lot of times it's the viral load that will change. But depending on a person's immunity, I mean, we could set it up so that it's just a template, but there are times where somebody might have a bit more of an autoimmune issue or their immune system is really depleted, or you know, so it's I try to address whatever I can in that to make it so that the virus is reduced. And so it's not always the same from person to person, I guess is what I say. Sometimes people have a few extra steps.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll request a custom protocol when I order
Yeah.
these.
That's the way, you know, that's why I haven't like just like blasted it out there and go, hey, we can go through and do this. Is it probably is going to have to be one of those things that we do a custom evaluation from person to person, and you know, see how it goes.
Excellent. Awesome
Another one
class.
that's very common is HPV. You know,
Right.
like Epstein-Barr is very common. This one, the VZV, and then HPV, all super common, super
Yes.
common.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. It's been
You're
a
so
great
welcome.
class.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey,
There, hi. I can't find VCV viral load in the shop.
again, like if you're wanting that, I'd send it in so I can do evaluation, because it's not just going to be a single thing. Usually you have to do a few steps, and it's different from person to person. So if you want that, you can send it in. I mean, if you just want the single oil, that's fine, but usually it's better in a little package that you would go through and treat.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'm glad I wasn't ignorant about how to find it in the shop.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
you
That's
so much.
great. And again, thanks for the class.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
There's new research out that, you know, they've been, when people die of dementia or Alzheimer's,
Mhm.
they've been doing, uh, the studies of their brains, and the problems that they've found were they have either a fungus that's gotten to the brain, or a low-grade virus or bacteria, or heavy metals, and toxins. And by getting in people who have those problems, by getting rid of those problems, they get rid of the dementias and the
Yeah,
Alzheimer's.
sure. Yeah.
And then someone's also asking, would this reduce the pain after blisters have dried?
Hard to say. Again, it's from individual. This is more about the viral load and not about specific symptoms. And so you still might need to treat some of the symptoms like after the fact. I mean, ideally you treat this before, but if you're trying to reduce it like during an outbreak, not the best time to be doing it. Like you really need to kind of go after the symptoms and things like that. Usually what I would use for something like that is I don't think that we've busted this out to you guys yet, but there's vagal pain vagal. How we put that out? Pain vagal tone. Yeah, I don't think we have. And so you're really starting to deal with like how the body's responding to pain, or get stuck in a loop. So I have this little protocol of the vagal component of pain, and then the dystonia, which is the fight flight mechanism of pain. And you would go back and forth between the two. And so that would help break the body out of the pain cycle. Sometimes what you could also use is the nerve help, which is for breaking out of, you know, patterns. That could be helpful as well. Yeah.
And someone's wanting clarity. Did Greg say that he needs to make a special VZV blend for each person?
No. The viral load is for the viral load, but there's a protocol, and it involves usually about 4 different blends. You have to work parts of the immune system, and you have to balance out the vagal tone and dystonia to be able to treat this appropriately. The viral load helps, but it's a combination of those. So the evaluation would be what the person needs based on
the state of their immune system. So usually it's 4 to 6 oils, 4 to 6 blends of oils to go through and treat.
And Robert just posted, we do have the pain bagel tone on the website.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that what you
Yeah.
were referring to?
I would do that, and I don't think I put the dystonia version of it out, but the pain bagel tone, I can't remember what class that was in. Or
And someone shared, from the first inhale, my entire body is relieved, joyful, and celebrating. And my eyes really feel alive and different. So excited.
yeah, I mean, if you do have this kind of virus in the body, it puts a tremendous level of stress on the body. Tremendous. More than any stressful situation you think you have out in the outside world, viruses cause way more stress loads on the body than the interaction with people, by far. Yeah, it's kind of freaky how bad that is. Yeah.
I think, let me just make sure that might be it for today.
If you do want evaluation for VZV or something else, I mean, you can use it by itself and it's helpful. But if you really want to go after a virus and a viral load, there's a whole protocol for it. So
And just email us at
yeah,
info
Yeah.
at pranaoils.com. Let us know what you're wanting Greg to evaluate for. And
we're working out how to post it on the website and like how to present it so that each person will have to be evaluated, and then we're still working out some details. Like, I've been sitting on this for a long time, and it's just like, well, let's go ahead and move it out. But it's a little bit complicated because it's not just a template that you can do for everybody. There has to be adjustments from person to person. Yeah. So, okay, you guys. Well, remember, Wednesday night we are going to do a study group.
And special
Tuesday night, we're going to do a special, we're going to do the work programming, and then we're going to do some deeper work after that with etheric chords. So join us with, your rue or ironbark eucalyptus or etheric chords or whatever you use. And we'll still do some questions, but we're going to do a little bit more of practice in that session after the work programming. So.